There we go. There she is. Hmm. And in a nutshell, that's how the day is going. But it's all good. Doesn't mean it can't get better. But good morning, Miss Seven. Good morning, Gohaku. Good morning, Kit Kat. I hope everybody else's Wednesday is going better than mine is. There we go. That's the vibe. There we go. I will also cross my fingers that it stays that way. Hmm. Oh, I feel that. I I'm inching ever so closer to my birthday next month. And yeah, as I do, I feel like I'm turning into like an old man. Ooh, I just realized. I think we're gonna finally break through the flower limit. Exciting. I haven't done that yet. Let's do that just for shiggles. Just 'cause we can. Right on. I'll be turning 33 this year. So, but I I as I tell people, I'm just like I feel like I'm like because I was a dancer when I was younger. So, like everything like everything cracks, everything pops. Morning, my lady. Mm. The optimism of the 90s. Yeah, dancing is, and specifically, I was like I did ballet and Ukrainian dance. So, Ukrainian dance is a lot of high impact, like aerial tricks, and especially for male dancers. So you basically gymnastics. Male dancers learn gymnastics for Ukrainian dancing. Uh, the a joke one of my teachers said that I feel actually no, I'm not going to repeat it because now that I think about it, it actually sounds quite misogynistic, and I'm just like, actually no, not going to repeat that. Absolutely not. Or maybe not. Maybe you guys can weigh in. It was I that the women were the frame uh, for the tricks that the men were doing. That sounds misogynistic, doesn't it? Oh, my God. Anyways, I mean that comment was for you like Ukrainian dance. So, uh and I'm trying to think of like because like there were always like feminine versions of the tricks that men did, but they were always very, refined and contained. Whereas like the male version was like explosive and wild. As I said, kind of more akin to something you'd see in gymnastics. And as I said, very hard on the body. I definitely got injured more than once. I actually tore uh, I tore some muscles in my leg because I didn't stretch properly, and I was doing what's called a straddle jump. So you jump and do like a split in the air. Because I was young and silly, and I wanted to show off during an audition, and yeah. Moral of the story: always warm up properly. Did they change these? I think they did. Oh, no, they didn't. They're still pink. They just look different in the shade. That's interesting. That is true. When you are young, you think you're invincible. I think at the time I was 18. So yeah, definitely that age where you think you can take on the world and nothing can hurt you. Kit Kat, I just saw your message. Yeah. See if the game explodes. Hey, good morning, Kit Kat Live Gaming. We have both of the Kit Kats today. That does answer that question that I had, if you were different people. I was curious. That, that was a joke. All right. Or actually, no, because the only way to see is when you grab the flower. There it is. So we are now at 1,068 flowers. Evil tiny dragon noises. Let's grab some pallets. The limit is 1,000. However, you are able to, um, via glitching, you can teleport more flowers to a maxed out plot. So if you look up at my decor limit, it says that I'm at 6,715. Yes, Kahaku, exactly. Yeah. And I do have a tutorial up on my channel. It's called exceed, like how to exceed the limit or something like that. And it details how you can transport items. It goes over a variety of different ways because the tent isn't the only way that you can do it. It's just the easiest. And it also goes over things like if you want to transport ceiling items, which you can 100% do, it just because it has to do with something, or like when items are in a stack, uh, they come through in kind of like a queue. Yeah, the float too high method is the yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Um well, I do applaud like the Pink May tutorial for being very short. It doesn't go over things like what happens when items are in a stack, or how to transport, it doesn't go over like specific case studies. So it falls under the like it's a bit too general. And also it implies that you have to do things one at a time, which as I just showed or demonstrated, you don't. In retrospect, I probably should. Sorry. Yeah. And KitKat Live, if you are still here, I hope you have a great work day. But if not, and you see this in the future, I hope you had a great work day. Thank you. Also, Kohaku, thank you very much. I'm definitely not the first to break through the power limit. Drake Lance busted through that sucker. It was like the first thing that he did. I was just worried that with like how many items I had on my plot, it was going to like make it explode. But yay, it didn't. No explosions yet. Yeah, I and just as like a I don't even know it, to illustrate my sheer indignance towards S6. They they put out a call for people willing to like uh like showcase their work. So they asked for submissions. And so I submitted this plot. And so I basically just saying, yes, please come to this plot. Come. I would like you to come see. Um, because you can request to be credited, I'm perfectly fine with it. Now that being said, whether or not they like go to people's plots and just like replicate the work that they see, although that being said, I would like to see the people at S6 try and replicate my work. Just saying. So I'm not worried. Like some of it has tutorials, but not all of it. Like my car, I purposefully made that off stream. It works with anything that can go in the tent ton. And then even then, you can still get around that. Here, now that our flowers are dealt with. So again, I do go over this in the tutorial, but I don't mind doing a demonstration of it because we have time. So something that doesn't normally go inside the tent. If you attach it to the tent by using I didn't have my freaking Noah board turned on. I'll do that again. Sorry. So put out your flooring, use group select. So either Alt or your ZL. Then move it inside your tent. And now we see if we move the tent, the landscape piece is attached to the tent. So if we pick up the tent now, that landscape piece will teleport. Again, good morning, Hugh. I delve further into using the landscape piece in conjunction with the tent in that tutorial to teleport ground items as well. It just involves picking up the landscape piece on the other side and then reloading your plot, and then the ground items will come through. I just don't have any alabaster barrels on my plot, or on that plot, so I would like some. Yep. And the tutorial should have chapters, I think. It does. Jeez. That's why people can't find them. I'm gonna rename this. Teleporting trees. You can really tell that I was like, I was so tired when I made this tutorial. There we go. Now the one section specifically says teleporting trees with conservatory. Because before it did say just conservatory, which is not very descriptive. But now it does say teleporting trees with conservatory. And then there's teleporting crafters, tent teleporting. There's using the tent to teleport ground items. And then there's using anchorless floating. Which, if anyone is unfamiliar with anchorless floating, I should still have this set up here. Anchorless floating requires having a Winter Lights candle ornament. And then group selecting that ornament. And that allows you to place it on surfaces that do not have a placeable surface. So, and this method is more akin to the like floating things too high version, but you can do it in bulk. I mean, technically you can also do the like the floating things in bulk, but it's just harder to do from the air. You can't really do it from the aerial view. Whereas you can do the candle ornament one from the aerial view. You just have to have your radial arm set up. Lord Dragon, oh my gosh. Also, good morning, Neil. I'm so sorry. My brain is not braining today. I'm foggy. That's how I'm doing. But so yeah, so now this flagstone paver will teleport over to our other plot when we reload. Take a drive. I hope it's the good kind of take a drive. Okay. Okay, great. Whew. Okay. Okay, great. So it's the good kind of take a drive. You can see how that wording sounds like, babe, we need. It sounds like, babe, we need to go take a drive. Because that sounds like breakup talk, and I'm just gonna softball that in there. Oh my god, I'm not caffeinated enough for this. I'm just gonna calm down my anxiety attack. Ah, I'm okay. Anyways, enjoy your drive and the beach. That sounds nice. It's fine. Everything's fine. Thank you. I appreciate the reassurance. Uh, but yeah, uh, this like anchorless floating version is good when you want to transport pavers. I find the reason being, and actually, I just realized that due to um, the issue with pavers, we can actually place them from the aerial view and not care because they're all the same model right now. Because normally I am very particular about the concrete paver that I transport, but at this current time, they're all the same one. Now you'll probably notice that I'm doing it in this like checker pattern. The reason I'm doing it like this is so when we place our building blocks on top of them, they don't accidentally connect to one another, but they can still group select with each other. Yeah, that's enough for this example. Let's grab a bunch of crates. There we go. Because we do want it to group select via this wooden crate. Otherwise, some issues can happen. And now what we want to do is make sure that we place it in the center of the crate, or not center of the crate, center of the pillar. Don't do what I did accidentally once, which was place it right here, because that will attach it to the construction unintentionally. Hey, morning dweeb. The day is so far so good. I hope your day is going well as well. And then afterwards, we just pick up all of the crates that are on top of the pavers because we don't need them anymore. And now they're ready to transport. We're gonna flip over to our Steamworks plot. I'm transporting more items to my maxed out plot. This will be interesting because I haven't actually tested this because we actually had, oh, cool, because we had items coming from 2 different plots. And this is actually cool because I can show the difference. So these barrels were transported using the tent, and so was this landscape piece. So as you can see, they come in on their side. And all of these pavers came in using the group select anchorless floating, and they came in flat. And this is nice because it means that we can stack them. So that's why when it comes to like things like pavers that just like nicely stack like this, I tend to use the group select version, which does take a little bit longer for setup on the other side. But when it comes to like the cleanup on this side, it is a bit easier. I can do the demonstration again for you. I do have a I do I do have a tutorial on my channel for this, but it's quite long and does need to be updated with some more information. So, you know, right, these are lower items. Nope, it does not. That's just one way. That's why these came in differently. So these ones that are on the side were done with the other version. Let me just finish moving them inside the plot boundary and I can show you. Wait, what? Hey, Cat7. My gosh, congrats. I haven't even technically done that. So, massive congratulations. But I don't have the constitution for it. So, yeah. Oh, well, geez. Let me show you how to do this first. Sorry, do you mind if I refer to you by your in-game name, or would you prefer your Twitch handle? Dweeb. Which moniker would you prefer? Because I do remember your in-game name now. Either or? Okay, sweet. And I am quite a fan of the name Amelia, so yeah. Yeah. Okay, what are some other... Actually, I've been meaning to teleport over some Paltech stuff. Just so I'm not transporting over stuff for the sake of transporting. And actually, let's be spicy. Because why the heck not? I'll even show how we can use the tent to transport ceiling items. Although I don't just want the normal ceiling fans because... Actually, I don't just want normal Paltech stuff. Because the alabaster stuff looks really cool for Paltech. For anyone that hasn't seen it, the alabaster stuff looks really nice. Yeah, I think Kit Kat has the right idea there. Future plans? What? I mean, I'm not saying no, I'm just saying I would need time to help with that endeavor. Did I miss one? I think I missed one. Wait, I think I actually did this before, and it was more trouble than it was worth. So we're just going to do separate floor tiles. But yeah, this is how you get ceiling items over using the tent. think that's all the fans. Yeah. Then you guys are classified as wall items. And you can do it this multiple times, so I don't think you have to do it all in one go. Yeah, I mean, I would think rather than like you could probably you would probably do it in like or like you could do if you were like crazy, like literally insane. You could do like a one-to-one scale model, but I don't even want to know how long that would take. Although the issue with that is that we don't have glass. Yep, exactly. It's literally that simple. And with the fandom of Star Trek, I don't think it would be that crazy to think that there aren't like blueprints out there for the different classes of ships. Because yeah, the fandom is pretty hardcore. And from the minuscule that I've like gleaned from what my boyfriend has talked at me about Star Trek, there are different classifications of Star Trek, or not sorry, Star Trek, no, of like the Enterprise. So some of them are smaller than others. So if you went with like a smaller classification of Enterprise, it I could see it being more doable, especially if you went with like Archer's Enterprise that had smaller windows as opposed to like the later versions that had like the massive view. So, and then I mean from there, like it's always open to like the artist's interpretation too, right? So I mean, I think it would be more realistic if you did like a mm, um like a shell and then like shot it up in the air so it looked like it was flying, and then just like from the perspective of being on the ground it looked like it was really big but really far away. Yeah, exactly. That Thank you, Kohaku. That is definitely the wording that I was looking for. Forced perspective. Yeah. I think yeah, it's uh, Tim Allen in Galaxy Quest when one of the aliens is mentioning when they like bring up the show that his character was in, and just like, but there's your ship, and he's just like, that ship was that big. So yeah, and then after you have all your floating bits, although I am do I have yeah, I have some walls free. Just because we are transporting a lot of wall items. Let's transport a floor. Let's transport a few floors. And yeah, this time we're going to do it using the candle because that will make it that'll make everything come in right side up. And we're just going to make sure that everything is not attached. Excellent. And now, because we are transporting and sealing items, this one is going to be a bit, because we're going to have to reload twice, and you'll see why. Oh, sugar. Why did I transport floors? I should have I should have transported a different kind of floor. Don't do what TinyDragon did. And you'll see why. Oh, actually, no. This is going to be fine because the floors that we are going to want to pick up are going to be on their side. So everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, and you'll see why it's fine. So yeah, so these floors here are the ones that we transported using the candle. But then this floor here, boop, this floor here, boop, right here and there. All those floors we transported using the tent. And we know that we transported them using the tent because they were flipped. And the reason why we had to pick them up is because if we didn't, then the ceiling fans wouldn't come through. Yeah. So that's how items in a stack work, is that they come through in a queue. And you have to pick up the item that's below it, so the item after it will come through. And now we should have, yeah, ceiling fan, ceiling fan, ceiling fan. So Amelia, the yeah, there is a yeah. So example 3 in the tutorial, which I don't know why I didn't just grab this, because I keep referencing the tutorial, and instead of people having to go find it themselves, blah, there's the tutorial link. Just you already looked it up, yeah. That was more for like anybody else watching and who hasn't looked it up. There is a section labeled basics and sealing items, and so that one should go over what I just did. Uh, from my own experience, for the most part, surely by accident. That's how I found out Solo Float. I found out Solo Float sheerly by accident. Like What was I doing? I was just stacking presents way too fast. I was just like building way too fast. And then I moved a stack and I noticed that two presents were attached to one another. And I was just like, okay. So how did this happen? And then from there, it's testing. At the time, I had the help of the brilliant Voidness, who helped me iron out the kinks with Solo Float. So, yeah, her help cannot be overstated, understated. Yeah. Bumping. I love bumping. You can do that with a lot of different things. I did not name that one, but it it works. Also, morning, Wholesome. Or, yes, I mean, for me, it's still morning. Or, hi again. Did I miss your first hi? I'm sorry. Oh, also, Amelia, what did you want for this plush out of curiosity? Oh, fair enough, Wholesome. Oh, yay. Hopefully your workday was good. Or, I'm not sure if I finished that sentence. You mentioned a couple. Okay, thank you. Would a Flutter Fox work? I'm sorry your workday wasn't good, but at least you're home now. I should have that one. Yes. I'm on my way. And thank you, Amelia. I really appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully you can now relax. They're wholesome with, some a nice wholesome night of gaming, or, you know, whatever you find relaxing. Oh, cooking party. That sounds nice. Um, and also, Amelia, I have a easier way to do the log art that I can go over when I get back to my plot. I should have multiple easy ways. Oh, hey, we ended up on the same server. Did they? Um, what do you mean? All good. Uh, Not a sing. Really? Thank you again for. Uh, I mean, if you, uh, I can, if you have spares of them, I would love them for to give out as prizes. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Um, I'm not too sure. I mean, that might. Um, that does sound weird. Like that does sound like a weird server. Um, but because I personally I haven't noticed that. Like when I went to a server last night anyway, it seemed fine. Oops, I forgot to take these out of the landing zone. I have been wanting to incorporate plush into this plot. And the garden snail and rainbow butterfly actually finally fit. I can't remember if snails actually help with gardens. Welcome back, Meal. I hope your drive was good. That does sound cozy. I wonder if we got one of the bad plates. Oh, biscuits. Oh, excellent. Yesterday your keyboard was kind of bugged on Palia, and were you using star quality food? Yeah? Weird. Just pressing wouldn't put it out. That is strange. And it could only craft one thing at a time. Whew. That's an old bug. I don't think that bug is around anymore. Hmm. Yeah, interesting. Something like that happens. I know this sounds silly. Try restarting the game. 9 times out of 10, that fixes the problem. Don't ask me why. Sometimes it fixes it, and sometimes it fixes it, sometimes it doesn't. But 9 times out of 10, if things are wonky, if you just reset your game, things should go back to normal. Hmm. I haven't cooked yet. Ah, okay. That's why you're being a bot. I grabbed yet another one of those plates that was slightly rotated. Hmm. And yet, yeah, I didn't think that was going to work, but I was really hoping. Yeah, it just looks like their booty is too big. Hmm? Oh, you guys want to cook? Sorry, I'm distracting myself with butterfly thing. I will just do this the simple way. Oh, please tell me that wasn't too high. I feel like it was. Nope, it was not. There we go, Amelia. Your butterfly is now flying happily with the others. Yes, I've been gifted a few by uh, a few kind souls, and I treasure each one of them greatly. So they're all. I haven't I haven't made the third one float yet. So, but yes, this is the butterfly garden. So, yeah. Um, and then the snail is over with the main garden. Oh, yes. This was the finished product. For anyone that wasn't able to catch the end of the stream, or not end of the, actually, yeah, because of this, I don't think we finished this until quite late into the stream on Monday. So yeah. And then, yeah, I added a little chair. Added flowers, like, that's awesome. Yeah. The butterflies took a lot more patience, I will say. Although now we know how to make it more efficiently for when I finally have the energy to do that video. Um, sorry, I was just checking on crops, because, yeah, we have enough rice and spicy peppers. So yeah, if anybody wanted to come over and cook, I'll pop over to my cooking plot. You have to pardon the mess, it's still very much in development. Biscuits. Maybe this isn't a... What? Oh. What? Okay. I didn't realize this plot was that close to the decor limit, so... Okay. Putting down all the trees on that one plot. Apparently... shoved this plot over the limit. Because of course it did. Uh, but yeah, so let me set. Somebody has salt. Somebody needs cooking oil. Meat is required. I believe wild garlic. And yeah. Um, And then just over at the Chappa face is a chest if you need. Sorry, I'm not used to having this many people here, so let's... so whoever is doing cooking oil just will be at a mixing station. Whoever has the salt will just be at this standard stove here. Rice will be this standard stove. Let me just steal some... Oh my gosh. This really sucks that I can't place down more items. Hey Emil. Who's ever doing meat can just be at a prep bench. Same with garlic. Also, if anybody's having trouble seeing people, sometimes opening the premium store helps. Sometimes, but apparently not always. I wonder if it has to do with the elevation of my cooking. Yep. Okay. So it looks like Lady Adonis is at rice. So we just need somebody at the salt station. Which is here. And it looks like Widget is still on her way. Let's do that. So salt. Salt, rice, garlic, meat. So Amelia, do you have something to do yet? Or did you pick something? This is chaos cooking. My gosh. You hadn't picked anything? You were just coming over. If you'd like to do the meat. And and then Kit Kat if you'd like to do the garlic. I was just thinking 10. And then meal. Meal. Do you have veg at all? Like, do you have carrots or onions? I normally use carrots because they're the cheapest. Yeah. Okay, I think. Hold, please. I just need to destroy some things. That hurt. But it had to be done, because we... Oh, I guess no, because we did have one prep bench over here. And then widget, if you just want to mix... Okay, yep, if you just want to use carrots, that is perfect. And then widget, if you just want to mix, I'll do spicy peppers. Nope, you're good, meal, where you are. Then Amelia's there, Meal's there, Kit Kat is here. Yeah. I think that covers everything. Because Kit Kat is doing garlic, and rice, meat, carrots. And then yeah, widget, if you just want to mix after I cut the peppers. Yep. So I think that works. Chaos cooking, ready to go. And so and then Kohaku, we're doing spicy stir fry. If nobody mentioned that already. Hey, thank you everyone for joining the impromptu cookie cooking party. Oh my gosh. I wish it was a cookie party. Get into the cooking outfit. Mainly because this doesn't have an idle animation. Okay. Um, and yeah, I was thinking 10. So everybody gets the weekly finished. Right. Kohaku, uh, you're the starter. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. Forgot to mention that bit. Lol. No need to be sorry. There was, you know, this is an impromptu chaos cooking party, so oh, biscuits. And in an impromptu chaos cooking party fashion, they already needed to unstuck. Yay! I just realized I should have emptied my inventory after picking up that house. Well, my job's done. There we go. We're good. Yay! Lady Adonis exists. What? Why do you feel like you're being judged? By a fish. Oh, That's great. All right, 4 down, 6 to go. Oh, gotta love cooking RNG. You can do everything right, and still it will come out not starred. Yeah, right. Well, and or hear me out. Uh, um, like those like ingredient bags that are given out through Zeki's prize wheel, like an actual function for those could be for starred ingredients that you can't normally buy. I can assure you, you would see an increase in people playing Hot Pot if that was the case. If you were able to get like starred salt, starred cooking oil, starred milk, etc., from the ingredient bags that you get from Zeki's prize wheel in the underground, more people would be playing Hot Pot to get those ingredient bags. All right, we got 2 more to go. Ma'am, why do you have a hammer? Why should I be worried? Should I be worried? All right, last one. Apparently they are. Yay, finished off strong. That's all the, yeah, that's all the cooking ones. You're very welcome. Hope everybody enjoys their tasty food. I feed them every fortnight. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. Thanks again for coming to my impromptu chaos cooking party. I love. And I also noticed just now that I missed a couple of follows there. Uh, it's Dark Awaken. Thank you very much for the follow about 13 minutes ago. And also, Katori44, 23 minutes ago. Thank you very much for the follow. And you're very welcome, Amelia. Is anyone still here? Meal? Okay, well, I'm going to another plot. Just FYI. Um, Sounds good. I just didn't want to boot you off my plot because I had to go somewhere else. Oh, I did not. Thank you very much. Sorry, Katori. You're still hanging around. You're in the middle of something. They're not. Gosh darn it. Well, hopefully they come back at some point. Here, let me fire up my Switch. Is although just not working isn't exactly the most helpful thing as far as troubleshooting goes. So I suppose the only thing I can do is just do a demonstration of it. Because tiny reminder when trying to troubleshoot things for people, exactly what is failing or what's happening is kind of a necessity for, for me to help you. Because there are a number of things that can go wrong. All right, let me just dock in my switch. Let me just drop a marker so I can cut this out. All right, let me just make sure that I have everything set up properly. I think this is the settings. It's by my face. Yeah, there we go. Because for item cancellation on Switch, you are going to want to rebind your action bar, this one right here, action bar item use, from being A to, I recommend, plus. And this, actually, here, I'll just put it back to A. This also solves another issue that happens on the Switch. Let me grab out a decor item. So, and that is when you are in the build mode and you try to place something, you instead grab something else to move it. Which personally I always found quite annoying whenever using the Switch. So now we see when we're in build mode, we can hit plus. And it grabs that item out of our inventory. Something to note, however, is that this will also force you to plant seeds that way as well. So, you know. But this is neither here nor there. So now, for item cancellation on the Switch, it's done a little bit differently than on the PC, because it involves a little trick with it's a little jump trick that was fine-tuned by our lovely friend XsTinyDragon, and it's just you jump at the same time. So I didn't do it right. You jump out. See? There we go. I got it the second time. Or maybe the third, I don't know. But eventually I got there. So you see that I now have the item, and my item bar at the bottom is still visible. So I now can go and use my arrow keys to select one of the items there. And now we can move this item. And now select our plush that's there. Then press our plus button. And that performs the item cancellation. Now if we go back over here and press A, we see that that crate is still attached to this other crate. So just for the sake of this example, let's I don't know. This is my alternate character, sorry. So I don't have too much. I'll just place that there. And you can just refresh whatever you're doing by just grabbing, in this case, it was a sink, so now it's attached. However, we did just sink it like a meter, so it's just, you know, on the ground, but attached to this crate. So, you know, not that groundbreaking. But so yeah, in a nutshell, that is the basics of switch item cancellation. If we do it again, however, that's I don't think you can, yeah. You're going to want like stairs if you want to get up to a higher elevation, because you can't jump well in this state. But say we wanted to just like I think we can place it here. There we go. And place. And now whatever we place on top of that crate is going to now float. Thank you for the reminder. You know, just for shiggles. Again, we'll come back over here. Slingshots the crate back to where it was, and we see that our plush is now floating in midair. Now we can move our crate. So yeah, there you go. What's something else? Like interior trees. That's something that you can do with item cancellation. I released a demonstration of that a while back. I'm not sure if I can do that, mainly because he doesn't have, or this character doesn't have, wrong button. This character, I don't think, has any rooms. Oh no, he does. I think because he was leveling up his, or I was leveling up his furniture crafting. And that's a thing now. I just need to clear away some. Well, I think the conservatory will have to go away. Yeah. Which is fine. Okay. So, yeah, but we're not going to place it down yet. He doesn't have any fully grown trees. But he does have some seeds. And if we're quick enough, we should be able to turn these into saplings. Because it's almost 6 a.m. So that'll at least work for the example. Oh, right. I guess I already do have other ribbons in my inventory. While I wait for 6 a.m., I'm just going to stretch for a sec. Yay, there we go. So now they are saplings. So now we'll do our see, failed at our jump trick. There we go. Succeeded on the second try. And we're just going to do that item cancellation just anywhere else. Boop. And we'll do that again. And now we'll place our room over top of where those trees were. And now we're going to see, because it used to be that you had to leave your plot for trees to refresh, but that used to be the same thing for crafters as well. Nope. We now see that our trees are now inside of the room. So yeah, just goes to show you that item cancellation isn't just for floating and sinking. It is a tool that can be used for many things. But yeah. Anywho, hope people found that informative. Thank you, Tiny Phoenix, for your help. Now, before I get to the next demonstration, I am going to take a quick break. I'll leave everybody with the AFK otter. He'll take very good care of you. I mean, I am now. Okay. It has been a hot minute since I've done this. But let's drop another marker. And now, of course, it is going to depend on like how large you want to make your arch. I think you might need to use a rug to get it in close. Hmm. Did they change this on me? Son of a biscuit. Should have known they would. So we might end up hitting the skybox. That was the issue I was running into before. Second plot, I tell you. The makings of a log arch. There we go. Finally got. You did come back just right at the right time, because I just got the heckin' group select to cooperate. There we go. And then we just need to go back to connecting this circuit. There we go. I mean, this example, we are just making this arch for this plot. They really think this is going to stop me. They have another thing coming. S6 needs a reality check. Come on, baby. Really? There you are. Ain't no power in the verse. Okay, Amelia, that's what I'm here for. But yeah. Although that being said, now we do the test that always gives me heart palpitations, and that's leaving through the front door and coming back. Because they seem to be lowering the skybox. Wow. Talk about coming out of left field with that one. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying I might need a petty first. Oh. Hey, Vivian. It's more we might hit that hey, look at that. It survived. I mean, it's still S6. Uh, S6 is still autonomous of Daybreak. So any like um so while like Daybreak does own them, S6 is still their own thing. They're just a subsidiary of them. Yeah. Interestingly enough, where is it? Right here. Is this stone floor here? Because this is the other version of Float Arch. That's what these building blocks are set up for. Because before I hit my burnout a few weeks ago. You have a big question for me. Out of all the glitches I've done or know of, what is my favorite one? Interesting. Even though it's kind of temperamental, because of how versatile it is, I actually love group select. And yeah, it's by far the one that I use the most in my work is group select. Uh, and the thing is that like you can float stuff with group select. Okay, Meal. Ha- have a good one. Like I just demonstrated. Granted, it does have its limitations, of course. And so like uh like this way of floating, just like the OG solo float will always have a or the item cancel float will always have a special place in my heart. Because yeah, there are things that you can only do with the item cancellation. So I'm not really sure if I really have a favorite. Because I am really a fan of the entire palette of glitching colors. But like these bushes here, we're done with like platform syncing, which is an offshoot of group select. I think I have another one. And like, if we pop over to my Steamworks plot, utilizing platform syncing allows you to float like many things in one go rather than like repeatedly floating them, or sorry, sync multiple things in one go rather than repeatedly doing it over and over again. Then you just hide it with a rock. Again, you don't really need to figure it out because I have a tutorial. But also, if like anything is unclear in the tutorials, please don't think that you have to like be just contained to that, because that's what the streams are here for. They're here for supplementary help. But that being said, you know, we're here, and you know, why not? Because in the tutorial, I don't go over how to like use a paper to do it. So that's something that I can show now. Because that's something that I didn't figure out until after I made that tutorial. And that's something worth doing a demonstration on. Oh, it's because there's a pillar over there. There we go. And yeah, it just involves having a rug. And currently the only paver that you can do it with is the sandstone paver. You used to be able to do it with the wooden one, but currently, due to the issues with pavers, you can't do it with them. And now we're just going to place it on our floor. And we see that the little invisible grid is now revealed by the rug. And now we flip upside down. Get a wee bit of extra height. And just find that sweet spot. And now you're left with that. At which point you flip upside down. Grab your terrace piece, and this is where group select comes into play. Because we need to get this terrace piece on the end of that pillar. And so we're going to group select. That entire log thing was useless, I just realized, because I didn't have my visualizer turned on. Great. But yeah, so do that again. Group select while targeting the floor. Place it on the end. Or if you're doing something shorter, just match the height of what you're sinking. So say we're sinking, I don't know, like on Monday, I did these. So we could either do that on the end, group select, do that on the end, or we could see how high we want to do it. Grounded. Thank you for the reminder, Kohaku. I haven't heard of that one actually. But I have been kind of I have been looking at other things to flex my creative muscles in, or potentially flexing my creative muscles in. As much as I enjoy glitching, I also would absolutely love not having to, believe it or not. Yeah, fun fact. Because a lot of people a lot of people mention like how much it sucks that we have to use glitching in Palia to like make the super cool builds. And yeah, you know what? I actually do agree. Believe it or not, I do agree. However, you know, but because like I would love to not have to spend a lot of time problem solving. It takes a lot of energy to do so. Talia takes a lot more of my creative energy than it should. Not in a very long time. But and but even then, like we would have to get into like what exactly defines a glitch. So like So I'll have to do it up here. So normally you can't do that. So just lay down in place. No mechanic. Okay, yeah, so no mechanic manipulation. That would be an interesting challenge. I wouldn't die. But it is something that has come up on a previous stream that not everyone, I don't think people understood when I mentioned, because they explained, or they were just like, for your next build you should get outside your comfort zone. And I was just like, okay, that is really hard, because like I think would be that would be the only way. Like my comfort zone exists outside the box. But at this point it's just that uh all of my plots are currently in use, so I would have to break something. Which, I mean, I was planning on cleaning up the Valentine's Day plot. Yeah, that is a good way to put it, Kohaku. Yeah. I wish I could explain it, but I mean, most days doesn't make sense to me. Um, More imagine like a swarm of tiny dragons going in different directions. It's just a cacophony. Maybe. It's actually why, well, for those that are on the computer anyway, can, or possibly people who are on or watching on their phone can see as well. But the original banner for the channel, I think, is still up. But that is kind of what I was going for with that. I'm not sure if you can, oh, you can't see it while I'm streaming. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So yeah, this was the original banner. And yeah, and I just and I just sketched that as just like a bunch of like conceptual ideas. I was just like, what would just be a bunch of so yeah, it's meant to be an abstract representation of my own ADHD. Or sorry, an abstract illustration of my own ADHD. Thank you. That huh, means a lot. Uh, um, um, yeah, once we get our move all finished with, I actually have a sewing project I need to, or kind of got voluntold that I need to do. So that'll be nice to get back to that. Oh, right. Sorry. I responded to you in my head, but it didn't make it out of my mouth. Um, sure. I'll be finished in about 4, bit under 4 hours. It's like 3 hours 45 minutes. I just sent you a localized time of when the end time is for you. All right, Kohaku. um, Actually, because there we go. That'll work. Yeah, that actually doesn't look too bad. Oof. Getting sympathy pains. But I hope you feel better. Take care of yourself, Lovey. Oh yeah, I definitely do. Okay. Oh no. Yeah, that one's definitely a mood. I also get that when I like forget about my posture for a little bit, and then I'm just like, oh no. And then I like straighten up, and then it's just like right up the spine, just crack. Thank you for the reminder widget. Although I think, or not think, I'm gonna have to go refill my water bottle pretty quick here. Okay. Before I do that, let's just set this up so we can do multiple vines at once. So we can save a little bit of time. Biscuits. That's good. I think that should be enough, actually. Hey, do I see a bodacious, beautiful bee booty? Also, thank you for the biddies. Definitely always appreciate it. Um, oh, you dirty birdie. I'm just kidding. I have no idea if there was actually innuendo in there. That's a wait. No, we just not. We just didn't grab the right one. There we go. Oh, I just misread it. It said desperately needed a shower. So I guess it kind of worked. Lol. Uh. Don't mind me. I'm just having a day. I'm just tossing plants in the air. Yeah, I definitely hear that. Something I probably should do more of. Because Calgary is like super dry. Where did we just brought? There we go. It's just like we just brought in a ton of the square ones. No, wait. Yeah, no. Oh no. Well, I hope it's doing okay now. Okay. Oh, you hotspot to your Switch. That makes sense. Okay, step 1 is done. Everyone's like, that was step 1. Oh, good Lord. Alright, now we're probably gonna need some height for this. That still isn't the right angle. Sorry, everybody. I'm gonna have to leave you with the AFK otter for a hot second. I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. I'm back, the water bottle is filled. Make some magic happen. Oop. Snowdrop Meadows. Oh, I actually saw... your message this morning. I actually do have a tip for that. Because, yes, building blocks did get much harder to use. Oh, yeah, just pop it overlap it there. Yeah, sorry. I think I was half awake, or I made it seem yeah. Anyways, not important. Anyways, I prefer using the investigator doormat, but you can use anything. I think in the Lillian Gaming's video, she uses the Capital Chic doormat, which is pretty, which is good for this type of work because it's really small. But it basically just, it turns off the building blockness. Now, the thing is, how do we get around the Flicker Town? The answer to that is more rugs. Because since we are now turning this into a rug, we can now bump it using rugs. Now the next one we don't need to bump, because we bumped the previous one. The next one we will bump. And just keep going in that fashion of, don't bump, do bump. Something that can get a little bit vexing at least from when I was doing these kind of curvatures with the rug bumping. You should be able to bump with pavers, while using, while turning it into, like turning it into the rug, using the rug properties. It'll be able to bump off of a paver. Because while you have it, here, let me get out a paver so I can illustrate rather than just explain. So while this building block is a rug, it will not attach to this paver. Whereas if you placed it normally as a building block, it would attach to the paver. So, yeah, to answer your question in not so many words, yes, as long as you're turning that into a rug. Tasty takeout. See, personally, I am not a fan of how this is curving. I've always been more of a fan of like freehanding them. Which if I remember correctly, there was a reason why this didn't work. Thank you for the reminder, widget. I think it has to do with the shrinking curvature. So if we were to like right. Forgot it doesn't work. It doesn't work the same way it does when making arches. Don't ask me why, but it doesn't. I think I actually did make a circle. Where is it? It's over here. Oh, but that one's not compressed. Let's get a shelf. Five, 6. That's okay. So we will be stacking out from the end anyway. There we go. So yeah, technically that is what the quote unquote perfect so you can use that to measure. So I'm gonna go there. But yeah, you can agonize over this for days. Trust me, I have. At some point, you just kind of have to pick your battles and decide that it's good enough. Trust me. So yeah. Anywho. That is very true. Perfect is the enemy of the good. And even more so, perfect is the enemy of the complete. You're very welcome. I'm very happy to help. Yeah. And yeah, I can't say how many times I've agonized over something being quote unquote perfect. When, you know, good enough would have been just fine. Wait. Sugar. This won't work. I mean, it will, but just not in this orientation. Also, good time zone, Drake Lance. Hopefully your day has been good. There we go. It has been so far. Okay, let's see how this will go. Should have seen that coming. I'm making changes to the one that I made on yeah. I'm making additions to the one that I made on Monday. I made vines. Except, I realized yesterday that I was not going to be able to do it the way I was planning because you can't place things on the end of wooden pillars due to how they flare. Hence the necessity to inject them like I'm doing now. While I'm here, might as well just make it easier on myself. Of course, it's still just a bit too tall to go in naturally. Get the hammer. Just And the pillars have to go in this orientation, so. Yeet. Which I suppose since we already did those item cancellations, instead of, doing them again, just go over to the other side. Oop, no. That's okay. Now we rotate. That side is facing downwards. And it should just be a simple matter of height now. A simple matter, he says. We should be free to inject in the ones going in the other direction. This one isn't finished yet, so but I don't know. I like them both for different reasons. They're different projects. That makes sense. Actually, we're gonna have to place this one lower. I did kind of notice though, like as much as I enjoy the trellis, I just kind of realized after the fact that I'm just like, or no, I guess like even with a trellis over top of the garden, like you can still get birds inside. So scarecrow does have a purpose, kind of. Um, Although like this design is much more or much simpler than the butterfly roof. So I think if one was to be, you know, adopted by more people, I think this one I could see this one mainly because it doesn't have the lead time of, you know, going out and catching a ridiculous amount of butterflies. Like you do have to grow a ridiculous amount of plants, but I mean, um, but again, like they're different designs, right? When I made uh, the butterfly roof, I was going for more of that botanical atrium feel. I mean, the only reason why my butterfly greenhouse doesn't seem unique at this point is because at this point, so many people have adopted the tech into their work. So, yeah. Not to say that I'm not flattered that, like, but it's just, it did come from somewhere. It's kind of a gut punch when someone says to you, "Oh yeah, I've seen that before," and it's just like, how do you even respond to that? Just as like an artist. Cool, bro. Thank you, lady. Sorry, everybody. I promised myself I would stop showing this ugly side of me. Just like real life, I'm just that much too short. You guys don't know how funny that really is. Okay. Hmm, I like it. And they even sway. Ever so slightly. Not much, but just a little bit. Okay, now the fun part. Oh, actually, wait. sugar. Although we are going to want to clean up our mess. Although, actually, maybe not, because we'll be changing elevation, so since we're going down, those will go into the ground. And the vid too. Thank you. Floors. One extra panel is too much for what you're doing, and one less is too short. Um, have you tried compressing them into one another? Unless, do you mean like quarter floors? But I mean also, mood. I too wish we had half floors and smaller building blocks, honestly. Like we had like building blocks that were like which light spread present sized. In the um, promotional pictures for building block, or one of the promotional pictures for building blocks, there was what looked like smaller building blocks, but I think it was just like a pre-finished pillar. So it just had like the top bit and the bottom bit, but not the middle bit. So it was just, gaslighting us into thinking that there were tinier building blocks. Because at no point in the game files were there smaller building blocks than 1 meter. Yeah, I too would like to be able to put textures on them. Like you can target them with textures, they just don't accept them, which is annoying. Like I sometimes wonder if S6 realizes if they just made well, no, like oh, maybe sorry, maybe it's the Winterlight's Red Present I'm thinking about. Oh, it used to do it. Interesting. So at one point, you used to be able to target the Winterlight's Red Present with textures. But, oh wait, no, I know why. It's because I'm on my maxed out plot. Durr. I'm adorable. So see, you can target it, but it doesn't do anything. You can target it, but it just doesn't do anything. Target, doesn't do anything. Maybe we should submit that as feedback, just en masse. Please, S6. Give us blank building blocks that can accept textures. But we need to be specific, because if we're not specific, they will do it wrong. Because we know that they will. When you so we would like to apply floor textures to the top of them and wall textures to, or floor textures to the top and, yeah, to the top and bottom, and then wall textures to the sides. That makes it easy for them. And the easier we can make it for them, the more likely it is for them to do it. So, floor, top and bottom. Wallpaper, sides of the building blocks. Short and sweet. I mean, I already solved that in one of my feedbacks a long time ago. Just copy floor surface onto ceiling. I'm sure it's not that simple, but you know. The floor can accept floor textures, so make ceiling accept floor. Although that being said, if you did that, then I can only imagine the issues regarding like placing ceiling items. Ooh. Might get funny for a bit. But you know, when isn't it? There it is. And you know, at least we would have ceiling textures. No, that's what I'm saying. So like if they were to just like copy the floor surface and copy it onto the ceiling, and then if that would then, yeah, there, now you follow, yeah. I think that would be a great addition to the game, would be just like a set of building blocks that could accept textures. Because they have so many amazing textures that they've made. So instead of like wasting time, or not wasting time, because not, nothing's a waste of time when they make something, but um, it would allow players so much more versatility to create their own things if we could do that. Because then, you could put, you know, burnt barrel tile roof on a building block and then have that on that shack that you're making. I mean, if they wanted to make it easier on themselves, just make it like a unisurface that accepted all textures. Because I mean, like, that's what players want. They don't want to be restricted. Just let players place the textures where they want. So for that building block, just whatever surface that they target. Have a good night, Wholesome. Hope you had a good night, and I hope you have a great sleep. I hope it's restful, and we'll see you next time. You're very welcome. But yeah, those are just my tiny opinions anyway. That was a 255. I think so too. Now we just need to get the devs on board. It's like player trading. It's not that the support isn't there. It's just that the devs aren't aren't really paying attention because they're busy. Okay, I will be back in a hot second. I just need to run to the little dragon's room. Sorry about that. Also decided to grab a quick bite. Hmm. Yeah, I do remember these being notoriously non-usable for this type of stuff. Which I guess, now it's probably the perfect time to get some footage of the Valentine's Day plot. Then I can clean it up. Thanks, Drake Lance. Oh, Thank you. This was for if anyone's familiar with carrot cake. She had a Valentine's Day challenge that was to decorate a conservatory for a date night. Thank you. For anyone unfamiliar with either my work or how much I, you know, gas on about my personal life, my boyfriend's moniker that he goes by is a tiny tiger. So hence why tiger plus dragon. You know, the other way around with them. So you like hung them from the ceiling? Hmm. Oh, nice. Yeah, the back is kind of a mess. Don't look at the back. Yeah, it was kind of a rush job, hence why all of this is like, yeah. I think this was one of the quickest builds I ever kind of finished. So I did like how this tree turned out. And this back corner. They are, yes. The water down the sides. Those are well, it's one singular investigator rug. And then yeah, those are gourmet butcher blocks done in a heart-shaped pattern, and then they were group selected onto a dessert plate. And then, funny enough, I used the butcher block heart as the template for the glass heart. Because if if I just grab one of these guys, they place on the heart, as I found out. And then yeah, as you can see when I hover, the sign up there is placed just with a pillar. And then the lettering is just done with, I'm not close enough, but I just use knives. It's not an idea that I came up with. Several people have done it and used it in their designs. So I can always use more copper. But I will say thank you for right now. But yes, whenever I do cleaning like this, I do always take out the important bits first. Meaning, stuff I am kind of worried that the system might lose. But then, after that, those are mine. And now my game might. Hey. What the heck? I'm assuming this is just the system having a conniption. We're just gonna leave out the front door. Oh, nope. It's having a full-blown... It's having a, sir, you better think about what you've done. Great. Interesting. Yeah. It, and there it is. The system seems to be getting less and less uh, able to handle things like that. Oh, yeah, I guess it would make sense that these would still be there. Actually, no, because those were floating in midair. Thank you for the reminder. Should grab a chest. Okay. So I guess we should start by thinking about what exactly, I guess, which landscape. Which, I mean, since this will be a glitchless build, the landscape doesn't entirely matter because we won't be going outside the bounds of the landscape. So we'll be confined to the box. In which case, Serenity Falls is out of the question. Yeah, I received a challenge for a glitchless build. None yet. We'll see. I mean, by far my most used landscape is Autumn Acres. It's very serene. At least I find it very serene. And mainly because, at least at this current time, uh, in my personal opinion, there isn't really a what I would define as like if there was like if there was a Spring Acres landscape, that would be my jam. Like 100%. Spring Acres would be my jam. But a large part of why Autumn Acres is my favorite and like it's just how open the space is. It's that when you come here, your plot um, just because it doesn't have those encroaching walls around you that the other plots do. Like even um, like Shipwreck Cove still has like a bit of a range over here, and same with um, Air Temple. I can't remember what the actual name is. The Air Temple also has like a bit of like a range that's really close to your plot boundary. And so it makes a space feel enclosed. Whereas Autumn Acres doesn't have that. And for someone like myself who like I grew up on like I've grown up on the plains my entire life. So I'm used to having that wide open expanse of land in all directions. As far as the eye can see. So this just feels like home. Actually, I didn't even realize how much this feels like home because there's even like the Rocky Mountain stand-in right here. Because the city that I live in is like a stone's throw. Like it's about like a 3 hour drive from the Rocky Mountains. So it's pretty much like, yeah, you get the idea. They said I should have taken screenshots. I so like system manipulation. So anything that is like outside of the intended use of the system. So like group select, sure, but like using group select to, just as an example, manipulation. But since group select is a function of the game, I would consider that allowed to be used, but only as it was intended. So, meaning for building blocks and not using it to float things. So like not doing any of this shtick. The gray area definitely does come in around like bumping. Because technically that is drop and set. it's just drop and set. But I think to like, I mean, like personally, I mainly use bumping for like fixing flickering textures. So like it's normally a workaround for me anyway. That's what I use bumping for. We're having the whiteout. Because if we went by my definition from a year ago of something that is not intended in the game, bumping would count as that. Because yeah, I wouldn't even need to use I wouldn't even need to use the rugs for that because you can do it with Spring Fever Garden edging, rim shot edging. And now no more flickering. And yeah, and you're not using the rug trick for that version that I showed earlier on in the stream. But like using group select to curve fences. Yeah, using group select to put fences. That being said, actually, that's also a gray area because curved fencing and fencing on terrace pieces was shown in a promotional picture or in promotional material. So using group select to curve fencing and to place it on terrace pieces falls under like a workaround for Essex's incompetence. So also a gray area. And I'm sorry if that came across. Actually, no, I'm not sorry if that came across as harsh. I'm tired of apologizing. I am tempted to try using a Grand Harvest house because I have not decorated one of those fully. But at the same time, there was a discussion on Palia discussions about if the end game of Palia is decorating, then they have dropped the ball. I mean, I actually, no, I would 100% agree with them. And the way that they drop the ball is by not taking me up on my offer, on my multiple offers to take me on as a Palia partner, so I could inform them of which glitches to incorporate as game systems. I sent that in as 2 separate proposals. And was ignored both times. And then I finally went straight to the community manager and was just like, hey, so. And then they were like, they completely ignored the fact that I was offering my services, for one, and then for two, they were just like, glitches are not intended gameplay, and I'm just like, but they could be. So yeah, I 100% agree. Whichever Palia partners they were listening to were the wrong ones. Whatever feedback from the community has been the wrong feedback. And y'all can quote me on that. Thank you for the reminder. This list of housing additions is pitiful. Oh, sorry. Let me get my face out of the way. This list of housing additions is pitiful. Especially when in the game files there is a sister item to this one. There's a sister item to this one. For those that didn't know, you can see it out in Kilima. And yeah, it's just been sitting in the game files since the beta launched. I don't know what they're waiting for. Like a signed invitation? It's right back here. And yeah, I don't know about y'all, but like I would love to have a water tower on my plot. Yeah, right? Like as especially since it's like this as opposed to the windmill is a static model as opposed to the windmill that's a dynamic one. So it has to move. So this model would be much less have much less of an impact on Switch users because this model doesn't have to move and doesn't have to be constantly rendered. Like that motion doesn't have to be moved or rendered because it doesn't have to move. But what do I know? I'm just a tiny dragon. Oh yeah, there's another one. And like it even says in the game files, a water tower. Uh, what is it? Hold please. Because like when data mining, you can pull up. Certain things. There it is. A water tower placeable on the housing plot. And yeah, it like it has an icon and everything. Yeah. I mean, on the plus side, it I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but it looks like there is some movement in regards to the closet add-on. Meaning that like some work seems to be getting done on it. Oh, you haven't seen that? Hold, please. Yeah, this is how it looks currently. No, sadly. Um, both from the dimensions and just like the general shape of it, along with what can be seen in like the beta trailer. Um, it it would appear that it's about the same size as yeah, I would say that this bit at the end um it is going to be like 3 meters across, so hallway sized. Yeah, exactly. This is the curved piece uh that's on the beta trailers. Why they have this weird green roof on it is beyond me. None of the rooms have that, but uh something that will be interesting to, and I hope they do, is allow us to place, and I doubt they will, but I hope they allow us to place bay windows on all three sides of this thing. Please, S6. Please. 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 This one will also be much larger than uh what am I trying to say here? This will be much larger than the bump outs that we have currently, but that also being said, the bump outs that we have currently, like if you are someone who does bump outs, if I just do that, yeah, there we go. If you're someone who does bump outs by using hallways, that's the word I was looking for here. Something you will notice is that that bumper will have much more light that comes in. Because you are able to switch these to double windows. And just overall, this will just be a much brighter, albeit smaller, but just a brighter room. Whereas if we flip back to this, if they don't allow for all three sides to have bay windows, these two will obstruct light coming in, because it does what's the word I'm looking for here? Lighting physics in the game follow the real, like how it works in the real world. I think I should have a still from the beta trailer kicking around, so we should get it. We should be able to get a rough idea. So there's the still from the beta trailer. Let me just hop along back into game. Yeah, okay, so those are medium rooms. As you can see. Where the ridge of this medium room comes up to versus where the large room comes up to the midpoint. So the closet add-on will be should be as wide as at least in theory, as wide as this medium room. Second trailer. Sorry, I could talk for hours about the heckin' beta trailer and just like. So at what point did S6 decide for us not to have intersecting hallways? And at what point did S6 decide to not let us place fireplaces on the end of hallways? Because that's also there. Yeah, actually, you know what would be better here? Just hold up a sec, just so I can like point out all the it's in this thing, in this one picture. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's the wheel. I'm just gonna turn that off. I'm gonna break out the old tablet. So yeah, the fact that this over here is on the end of a hallway, the fact that this all is intersecting back here. I can actually zoom in now. Mm-hmm. Back over here, this looks like an independent small room just placed. Which, that would be fine, I guess, if it didn't have hallways or the closet add-on. But the question is, where would the hallway be attached to? Because we can see a window right here. But closets don't work that way. By all game mechanics that we know, they don't work that way. They so um So rooms have a attaching end and an end that gets attached to. So for the hallway, the side that curves is the side that gets attached to. And then the wide bit will be the side that attaches always. And that's just the mechanics of the game. Like, it would be the equivalent of it would be like saying, trying to think of something. Putting a medium room here, and then hallway section. And then instead of attaching it via the end that's snapping there, flipping it around. Closet, the two sides of the closet are angled. Hey Bash. I mean, potentially. I'm not saying that it couldn't. But within the mechanics of the game that we know as we know them, it's just not how they work. Because then where would the second hallway attach to? So, in a nutshell, it all points to it being an independent room. Yeah. Yeah, this is the mess of a beta trailer. But aside from that, we already mentioned the we already brought up the wagon wheel just kind of chilling in somewhere where it can't go. think that is... I think that just about covers this one anyway. Oh, sorry. That's what you were wondering. It's the uh, it's in the game files. It's referred to as the closet add-on. Who knows what they're actually going to call it? Actually, now I'm tempted. Hold, please. Hmm. Yeah, this is something I have to do a deeper dive into. Something that I have been on the hunt for, but never actually was able to locate. What like how was the prop file for the windmill? And I'm pretty sure if slash when I find that, that's when I will locate the prop file for the water tower. So stay tuned. Bashy. I've been meaning to message you back as a note. Much love, sweetie. I'm also in the process of moving, so I've yeah. I hope dinner is tasty. Mm, Thank you for the bits, sweetie. You're a gem. Truly. Actually, no. Because the biggest issue with doing a glitchless build is that we don't have access to proper doors. I suppose we could do like a barn door sliding track style. Because I have seen those in some, like, in some designs. Thank you for the reminder. All right. You have a great sleep, Drake. Thanks as always for hanging out. Oh, biscuits. And now I get to redo all of this because I forgot to change the top. And this is a glitchless build, so no item cancellations allowed. So that being said, there's nothing to say that I have to take them off. Oh shoot, it's 4:57. Let's just get a little bit more of this backfill done. But yeah, if anybody was curious, what I'm doing right now is something in like architectural terms, it's commonly referred to as a backfill. And it's basically exactly what it sounds like. Once your building footprint is in place, you backfill the earth in. Yeah, definitely has a fair bit of promise, I think. Thank you for the time check. And that means that we are done for the day. Let's find someone to raid into. Oof. Okay, looks like we'll be raiding into somebody new today. Hmm. You know what? Why not? This was a husband and wife duo that popped in a while back. Looks like she's cooking at the moment, but uh, she does say learn to build tips and tricks. So if anybody needs help, it sounds like she is willing to lend a hand. Uh, her name is His Wifey, which is super cute. I think, if I remember correctly, his username is her hubby. So yeah, they're super cute. I think they're on par with me and Tiger when we're together. So yeah, I hope everybody has a great night. And yeah, before I let everyone go, just that little reminder that I like to leave everyone with, that I have been a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams, and I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in the world, please keep your dreams just as big. Okay, I'll see you guys next week, and yeah, love y'all. Let's get this right underway.